There you go. Nimby, Kobun, welcome, how's your day been? Alright, what was I doing now? Gotta figure this stuff out. And yes, congratulations on being here early, Kobun. Life isn't always terrible. Just most of the time it's terrible. Johan the Marshal, welcome, how's it been? Is that it, Johan? Anyways. Also, I kind of only recently noticed, but the freaking machine plate mail has a freaking respirator on it. They really were going for the power armor aesthetic with it. And honestly, I love it. I love it so much. It's just so absolutely peak, you know? Unbelievably peak. Okay, so I think I'm gonna first off tonight. Physician brutally murdered. So I read an interview. Let's see here. Apparently the apparently the newspaper is one of those things that the developers of this game were really... If you ever feel forgotten, just remember there's another person that played an Amelia Earhart went missing. Oh god! That's freaking sad! Yeah, but apparently the developers are actually very proud of the newspapers. Apparently it was kind of difficult for them to get the newspapers working. Which is kind of sad, because apparently nobody really cared about them. Let's see here. Dr. Theo Wilford, Torrance, most highly respected physician, was found late last night in his office, apparently the victim of a brutal murder. The authorities have informed us that Mr. Wilford's life was extinguished in a most gruesome manner when he was stabbed through the back with a writing quill. Those in charge of the investigation feel that the murderer is certainly a person highly skilled in the anatomy of the human form. As the killing instrument was placed in precisely the correct position to cause death, as many of our readers are aware, Mr. Wilford was previously taken on a partner, Edmund Craig, to assist with his heavy patient load. The recent scandalous discovery of Dr. Craig's orcish lineage rocked the city, and the authorities are currently unable to locate him for questioning. Any information as to his whereabouts should be reported as quickly as possible. Do not attempt to apprehend Dr. Craig without the assistance of the guard, as he is considered extremely dangerous. Well, you know what? I'll be honest. You know, that's just what happens when you hire orcs. You get murdered by your half-orc assistant. Oh, I can't throw it in the water. I wanted to litter. I wanted to litter. The Mummers Dance song came out in 1997, sort of close, might be a reference, I don't know. Also, Evil Bear, welcome, how's it been? And Kaislan, how's it been? very strong feeling this thing isn't gonna go anywhere. Dang it, I stole it, now it's my burden to carry every time I open up this trash can. Cacophonous metal sounds as my party runs through the streets. Yeah, it's pretty bad. You know for a fact that like all of the mages, like all like the magic shops, they are just like cowering at the thought of my approach. You know, they're just in their little hut. They're just in their little stone houses, fearful of all of the metallic screeching and thumping noises that pass by every so often. And they should be. They should be very afraid. Because we have become stronger. Actually, how much money do I have to throw around? Well, about a decent bit. You know what? Let's go to the library. I think I never did get a membership to the library. I have the money for my membership. He just sees all this expensive junk I'm surrounded with that is just like, ah, so that's why it took so long. Thank you, and welcome. All the books contained in the Great Library are free for you to peruse and borrow. The orcish question? Alright, let's... Alright, let's see what we're working at. How long is this gonna be? Oh god. So guys. Let's see here. The Orcish Question, Volume 1, a collection of speeches and letters by Hamilton Demery, Esquire. Mr. Demery is a solicitor and advisor to and frequent spokesman for trans captains of industry. His interlocutors? Mr. Moran is an elf of high blood, a traditionalist, and rather outspoken against the orcs. Mr. Radcliffe is a noble from Caledon and representative of the region's balanced views. Mr. Gustav is a half-orc labor lead from Whitehall, a recognized presence in the efforts to garner better wages and working conditions for the orcs. A speech before its turns captains of industry, April 1884. Good evening to you all, gentlemen. I hope none of you have been adversely affected by the heavy rains of the last few days. I, for one, welcome the fresh air we enjoy after a good shower. Today I wish to speak on a topic that will be of greater and greater significance in the near future, and that is orcs. Much has been made of orcish working and living conditions. I am not here to debate whether or not changes should be made. I am here to raise the question as to whether or not such changes would even make a difference. Orcs are a tremendously violent race. They're born and bred killers, every one, allowing them within city limits, even as day laborers, is asking for the worst sorts of trouble, appeasing their appetite for violence with a higher pay, or better housing, or less work, will simply not work, because they do not lust for property, or position as we might. They lust only for blood. We are at the dawn of a new age, an enlightened age. The wonders of technology are improving the lots of every creature, bringing wealth to those who were previously but serfs. Orcs, by their very natures, are unfit for this new age. Our society is advancing rapidly. Unless orcs advance as well, their predilection for evil will cause great strife. I hear murmurs of concern and almost alarm from you, and I understand why. Orc labor is the backbone of many industries. Without their cheap and plentiful work, our way of life would be threatened. This, then, is the orcish question. What are we to do? Orcs, because of their violent nature, will not fit into existing society, and yet we require their labor. We have two options, do we not? Change society to fit orcs, or change the orcs to fit society. As I have stated, the societal changes that have been proposed to date do not address the root cause of the problem. Improving their lot will not satisfy them as it would any other race. We either meet the need for barbarity by turning our factories into killing grounds, or we look to other options, changing the orcs. We must bring orcs up to our current standard of civilization. I will be engaging in many debates and discussions over the next few months to determine the best way to proceed. I will address this August body once a working proposal has been identified. Thank you for your time. I think this is gonna be the book that radicalizes me. Let's just have a quick talk about orcish crime statistics. I vote for it. Yeah, but look on even. Listen, I'm just reading what the game says, okay? Don't I'm just saying. I'm just reading what the game says, okay? This is incredible. Hey, listen. Every single one of my automatons deserves to be able to at least be worth. Let's say the one, 3/5 of a regular vote. I think that would be suitable. Orcs, however, do not get voting rights because they are orcs. They wouldn't even vote if you let them. Let's see here. A letter to Mr. Moran, April 1884. My dear Mr. Moran, your points and concerns are well taken. In response to your musings, I must simply submit that it is our duty as enlightened and right-thinking members of our progressive society to bring civilization to all species. This does not stem from mere altruism and a deep desire to improve the situation of the less fortunate. Indeed, by spreading our mores and values to the world at large, we shall be enhancing the peace and prosperity of all races, ours included. It is our duty, I say, with great power, and certainly technological marvels of the modern age, the abundant wealth created thereby, and the flowering of rational thought, all equate to power, comes great responsibility. You stole that one from Spider-Man. It is our responsibility as the most culturally and scientifically advanced peoples of our kingdom to ensure our own future and the future of others by elevating the whole. This guy's got a real, human savior complex. Now, his is a quiet form of racism. Sounds like commie speak to me. For what it's worth, I think that this may or may not be based on the similarly named book by what was his name? Karl Marx. But he wasn't talking about orcs. He was talking about we don't talk about those guys. No, No. The other one. The book is called The Orcish Question. No, there's nothing wrong because this is absolutely hilarious. Look, I read up on the lore for like orcs and half orcs, and I'm gonna be honest. That stuff's wild. You know what I find funny? The fact that between half orcs and half ogres, despite being significantly less intelligent than half ogres, half orcs integrate into society significantly worse than half ogres. How interesting. What a curious thing. Now, as to the Orcish question in particular, I agree that you are correct in that this species may be completely intractable and unable to advance into modern society in their present state. I suggest that these differences are purely physiological. I put forth that our remarkable scientific achievements may point to the means of a solution. I propose that we begin immediate experimentation upon members of the Orcish race to ascertain the cause for their violent inclinations in the hope of finding a medical remedy. Hey, wow, dude! Hey, that just went from 0 to 100, God! A simple operation, the removal of a malignant gland, perhaps, may be all that is needed to bring individual members of this unfortunate race into an enlightened, more pacified state. A structured breeding program might even reveal that such beneficial modifications are hereditary. I want to note, this guy here is the enlightened centrist. And he's the one walking in Vietnam. Lobotomies. They do lobotomies. Another red lobster ad on making this shrimp look like a friggin' accident to the shareholders. A letter to Mr. Radcliffe, May 1884. My dear Mr. Radcliffe, you speak of the realm of the gods and of natural selection. Both of these terms help us to explain and comprehend our helpless past. But what I ask of you of the boundless future, the gods made this world and us, but we are remaking this world. Why not remake ourselves as well? The era of rational and scientific thought is upon us. Let us not go backwards into our dark, superstitious past. Let us move boldly into the future. Natural selection, in theory, helps us explain why dwarves are short and well-suited to mining, and why orcs are strong and vicious warriors, and why elves are well-adapted to natural surroundings. It need not be a rallying point to those who are too timid to seize the future. Let it explain the past, but let it not hold us in stupefied awe of nature, when we have the means, the knowledge, and the wherewithal to define ourselves to what tomorrow might bring. I foresee a day when we shall engineer magnificent edifices that reach to the very heavens, when we shall launch fleets of unsinkable ships, when we shall live free of disease, when the vast network of our rail lines brings peace and prosperity to every corner of our kingdom. Every day, ingenuity and necessity meet to create new and greater technological wonders. Advancements in medicine and engineering, and indeed every branch of knowledge, bring prosperity to all. If orcs do not fit into this brave new world, perhaps because of the bad hand natural selection has dealt them, then why not seek a medical or anatomical solution? Why wait for natural selection to provide us with an orc that better fits our enlightened society? For their benefits and ours, we should act now. For all we know, the course of your precious natural selection would be to wipe orcs from all existence. I ask you to explain how natural genocide would be more humane than my proposed solution. I'm not saying to be more humane, I'm just saying to be more based. Now, as never before, we are not we not only understand our world, but are capable of making great changes there too. We have the power, the right, and the obligation to use this capability to bring peace and prosperity to our kingdom. Let us see if we can do better by the orcs than nature has. Let us solve the orcish question, and then move on to bigger and better things. A new era dawns. We are no longer subjects to the whims of nature and of the gods. Let us take our future in our own hands and see what we can make of it. Let us step boldly into this brave new world. I genuinely have no clue what this guy was talking about, honestly. I mean that. Did Big E sneak into this techno fantasy world? It did. It did. You gotta remember, this is supposed to be like Victorian London. Just keep that in mind. This is supposed to be Victorian era. Copying all the famous quotes. His hurricane turns the final orcish solution for the sound of it. I envision a master race of elves that are 8 feet tall rather than the typical 7'5". Yes, we are discussing the orcish question, Kikaz, and I'll be honest, I didn't expect this to be how the stream went, but this is how it's gone. Dear Mr. Morin, I am not ignorant to the marvels of magecraft. I have even been witness to the miracle of a resurrection. I do not doubt the utility of powerful magics. I do, however, doubt the ability of magic to survive against the rising tide of technology. The common man can easily use and benefit from technology, but this is not true of magic. That is magic's restriction, and it will be its downfall. I would not wish all magic removed from existence. Perhaps Tula and Quintara will remain in more or less their current state, but such is hard to predict. As to the orcish question, I shall gladly lock sabers with you in a friendly debate. You mentioned physiological, social, and cultural influences, and accuse me of only considering the physiological in my proposed solution. Perhaps this is true, but if it is because of the social and cultural influences impel us to this solution, I say so because the orcs' social and cultural history are at odds with the direction that Terran's culture and society are headed. Such is exactly the cause of this ongoing debate. Perhaps there are social and cultural changes that can take place on both sides to ease the pressure. I do not foresee that these to be easy changes either. You question the ethics of a physiological solution. Your argument to the potential abuse of these techniques is specious. The same can be said of any form of power from magic to mere brute force. The responsibility lies with those wielding power to use it for the common good, and always will. See, clearly the half-orc's opinion on what they should do about the orcish solution should be give the orcs money and not force them to work in the factories all day. And honestly, it's gonna be disappointing if they don't have the orc. I mean, who else will run the factories? You expect the gnomes to work the factory lines? They're so short they can't even reach the conveyor belts. When does he tell us about per capita? I'm getting to it! And Sally, you're so welcome. How's your day been? You question the ethics of the physical solution. To ensure that we are speaking in the same terms, let me here attempt to define the orcish question. We need to agree upon the following statements before we can proceed. Orcs are, on the whole, foul-tempered and of a violent nature. The rapid technological advancement that Terrence is experiencing has created a new social order. Within this new social order, the races of our kingdom have aligned more or less to the best of their ability. Orcs are at the bottom of this new social order, are unhappy with their lot, and in accordance with their very nature may resort to violence if not forestalled. The orcish question then is, how do we resolve this potentially violent situation? Some have suggested packing them all off. This does not strike me as the best solution, simply because it would deprive the orcs of the opportunity which we all enjoy in this new enlightened society of advancing to the best of our abilities. If this is debatable, so be it. I do not think the orcs would voluntarily stay in Terran. if such advancement weren't possible. Furthermore, the labor provided by the orcs is essential to Turan's economy. This is truly a short-sighted solution. I mean, who also worked the conveyor belts? The dwarven fingers are too meaty and unwieldy to be able to create such refined, cheap Turantian crap. I mean, seriously. How else will we'll be able to get toys in every Cumbrian child's Arcdonald's Happy Meal? My coworker that lived kind of abandoned her work before she actually left how to work before. Oh, I'm so sorry I'm telling y'all still. That sucks. Yeah, you can't have the dwarves working such menial labor. That's why the gods created the orc. The Orcish questioned the Elven nations had this to say: we, the Elven world, cannot afford to take any Orcish fuel despite having more space than the Dwarven, unless they are provided wealth to bring with them, despite dwarves not being provided wealth or housing them on their own land. I think the steadfast attitude to the orcs speaks volumes more. You just have the elves over here just like, where else will the orcs go? You can't argue with the gods in science. We just sent a list of documents and we began our work with 6 weeks in advance, so she didn't do the audit starts Monday. I'm sorry, that really sucks. Let's see here, some suggest working with the captains of industry to bring about better working conditions and better opportunities for advancement. This is well and good, however, I'm extremely skeptical that the true orcish nature will be so easily mollified. Some suggest letting natural selection have its way, leaving the orcs to their own devices to resolve the situation. I fear this could have nothing but a violent outcome. I reject this idea of being irresponsible. If we can do something, we should. My proposal is to seek a technological solution. Medicine and anatomy may show us a way to leave the orcs to their violent nature. This violent nature no longer benefits them or us. To engage in such a program of alteration would incur changes that natural selection would eventually bring about, quickly and painlessly. For no doubt, the violent nature of the orcs is a needless vestige from a less civilized age. Bear in mind that I am not recommending this course of action in order that a race be molded into some image that I whimsically desire. If orcs are to survive in the modern world, such changes must take place. If technology can bring them about more rapidly, I say let us not delay. As for the practical implementation of such a program, I would suggest if experimentation shows it's possible that we begin with volunteers. Surely the most intelligent orcs can be persuaded with logic and reason that they and their descendants will only benefit from pacification. If the alterations are hereditary, then within a few generations a fierce, violent orc may well be a thing only found in histories and storybooks, and the world a better and less volatile place, regards Hamilton Dembry Esquire. That was a good read. That was a good read. Very enlightening. Very enlightening. Also, guys, there's a second volume. Land was promised to the orcs 5,000 months ago. Kikais! No. The land was promised to the gnomes. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. Alright, let's see here. The Orcish Question Volume 2, a collection of speeches and letters by Hamilton Demery Esquire. Mr. Demery is a solicitor and advisor to the frequent sales a speech for Tarantino captains. I shall come straight to the point. My debates have clarified certain issues, and there is also some recent news that has significant impact on my proposal. Mr. John Beddoes' treatise on orcs has recently come to my attention. If orcs are, as he postulates, the result of sorcerers meddling with humans, then this casts a new light on things. Let us proceed under the assumption that the famed naturalist is correct. Many have been recently arguing the concept of nature versus nurture, whether traits and behaviors are learned or inbred. Since orcs and humans who have been modified were humans who have been modified, then I would point out that this argues strongly in favor of their behaviors being inextricably part of their being. Who or whatever did so for a reason. That reason was to create, we may assume from the evidence, a race of strong, virulent, violent, vicious warriors that they succeeded admirably, we can have no doubt. If any significant number of orcs would defeat this violent nature and join our enlightened society as reasonable beings, then their creator would have failed. I say again, orcs have been created to be mean and violent. One or two here and there may well be capable of advancing, but as a race, such a thing is to be regarded in the highest suspicion. Now to the crux of my argument. What magic has done that has turned humans into base creatures of violence, let technology undo. Why let these poor folks continue to be out of place in modern society because of the whim of some ancient sorcerer? We can rebuild them. We have the technology. We have the ability to create the world's first pacified orc. We can bring these poor lost souls into society's bosom. Let us do so. I propose immediately beginning experimentation upon dead orcs. Plenty can be had at the moor. Furthermore, I urge experimentation upon the live orcs as well. These subjects can come as volunteers from those currently sitting condemned in the dungeons of the Court of the Executioners. Thank you for your time. Oh no, he's showing me that his argument isn't wrong and that those arguing against his points are even more racist than he is. The orcs are like coins can't have rents. The orcs keep stealing my copper wire. Oh, wait, no, that's halflings. Aha! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! Welcome! You came at a very interesting time. He's not racist, he has an orc servant. God, this is wild. Alright, letter to Mr. Moran, August 1884. My dear Mr. Moran, to respond to your earlier points, you claim that the technology altering the orcs to a better disposition would be unjust. In light of Beddoes' treatise, I disagree. It would be very just to undo what has been done to them. Thank you for the past check. You also propose the possibility of altering those who hate orcs so that they no longer do so. If orcs were not hated and feared for good reason, I would have no problem with this. I think the problem of hatred and even prejudice will go away over time once technology has presented us with an orc that is no longer predisposed to the behaviors that induce them. You claim that I would take away that which makes them unique and leave them defenseless. If that uniqueness is an unnatural predilection for violence, then yes, I only seek to remove that which impels them to unnatural levels of violence, not to destroy their sense of self-preservation. You know, I'm gonna be honest. In a weird way, I think this is one of the better examples of fantasy creating actually interesting social commentary. You know, like, jokes aside, I actually find this very interesting. Kind of weird that I'm pretty sure this is a parody of a lot of different things, honestly. Ghouls, and then the partake of a crystalline substance are stealing the copper. it's been determined that orcs, at some point, they used to be humans, and they were eventually, through some kind of dark magic, turned into the very aggressive creatures we know today. Isn't it weird that my sword breaks one day after my warranty is worn off without fail? And that's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens. It's the gnomes. It's always the gnomes. Well, don't question why the vast majority of the Tarantian industrial council is gnomes. See, letter to Mr. Gustav, August 1884. Dear Mr. Gustav, I fear you are in the minority in representing your race. I wish it were not so. Folk of your temperament can be reasoned with. You speak of violence, and clearly not without cause. As any rational being, you understand that violence may be necessary, but only as a last resort. I beg you to consider my plea and report to the eugenics laboratories as a test subject for the medical experimentation that can loosen the chains that have held your people stay created by foul matches. Oh my god. Oh god! Ah! Guys! You could not make this game nowadays. This is incredible. Honestly, making the arcs less violent is probably the least racist way to solve this issue despite its framing. I mean, potentially, but it requires a lot of, you know... it requires, well, keep in mind, Johan, the steam engine was invented by dwarves, but they didn't care for it because they were too proud to use steam engines. And then a human took the design, recreated it, and then took all credit for it. He didn't know what he was doing at the time, but he kind of screwed them over, though. Gotta leave it to a human to keep a dwarf man down. Let's see, a letter to Mr. Moran, September 1884. My dear Mr. Moran, you claim that my proposal is unethical. How so? These poor orcs have a magical poison coursing through their veins. It makes them a threat to everyone, including themselves. As civilization expands and advances, the orc threat that grows also. I merely propose an antidote. If a magical antidote were offered, I would be in full support. I doubt any mage existing today has the power to undo what has been done. Technology, however, may hold the answer. I believe we are obligated as right-thinking persons to discover whether or not it does. How, pray tell, is that unethical? Letter to Mr. Gustav, September 1884. Dear Mr. Gustav, yes, I wish to use our marvelous technological know-how to change the orcs. Let us make that abundantly clear. Let us also make it clear that I am most certainly not proposing that we make orcs our willing slaves. I do wish people would stop making assumptions. Orcs, by design, are inordinately predisposed to violence. This predisposition makes their presence in modern civilized society a problematic one. I propose a technological solution to the problem. Remove the inordinate predisposition to violence. Now you claim that your hatred was learned. No doubt you have been treated poorly. But as a race, sir, the orcs deserve no less. As harsh a statement as that is, I simply point to Mr. Beddoes' treatise as justification for it. Any race that practices wholesale cannibalism deserves little in the way of compassion. My solution is exceedingly generous. If we remove the barbaric tendencies which so separate orcs from the rest of civilized society, then we may be able to effect a peaceful end to that separation. Pray, let us speak no more of bloodshed and wrath. It is unlike gentlemen to do so, and in doing so you only make yourself seem more brutish and in need of the alterations you would resist. Sincerely, Hamilton Dimry, Esquire. Well, that was something! Look, I'm just saying, you know, the orcs get free lobotomies. You know, some people, you have to pay for that. Some people gotta pay for that stuff. They should've! They should've staked claim to it. They didn't, though. He's got a point, and I hate it. But I hate orcs even more. We, unlike those orcs, are civilized and unaccustomed to brutality and violence. It's great. Ascension University is an institution dedicated to the study of science. It looks about science technology as well. But all by these books. Manuals you sell are very helpful in general knowledge about a particular technological discipline. If you find yourself spending most of your time studying electricity but are interested in learning a little something about chemistry, the chemistry manual will give you a little added expertise without having to commit to a full degree in chemistry. Ah, okay. Okay. So that means I don't have to actually invest all my points into some stuff. It could actually be useful. Wait, so I need something called a cure-all? Do I need a degree to make a key to learn how to make cure-all? That is maximum herbology. Oof. I probably should look into herbology anyways, because, you know, it would probably be fairly useful to have around. So yeah, what else do we have access to here? I'm thinking I probably will mess around at some point with gunsmithing. Wait, so I could probably make Bronwick's gun then. One of my favorite things in this game is how, like, you have some things that require you to basically get a full degree in something. You gotta max stuff out anyways, sometimes. It is a little bit frustrating. I do admit, I am tempted to get a flamer. I think that requires a strength of 15 to wield, though. Which, we've established. I don't exactly have the ability to I don't exactly have 15 strength. Alternatively, I could look into, I don't know. Ah, good. The gun store isn't closed yet. Let's see if they're selling schematics. No schematics whatsoever. How disappointing. Well, this guy's asking for it. You must have been so traumatized or been subject to a crash. Here's a few coins to help you along the way. Oh! Any news? However, nothing that would interest you. I'm pretty well off, just so you know. Also, I don't know anybody recognizes me with all this armor on, but whatever. Also, keep in mind, you don't actually need strength for the plate mail because, the plate mail gives you +3 strength. And with +3 strength, that gives you ever so slightly more than enough to carry around the machined plate. In other words, the machined plate mail is kind of perfect. There's really no downside to using it, honestly. Unless you're playing stealth. It's really bad for stealth. But normal people aren't going to be playing with stealth anyways, so whatever. Well, more specifically, normal people aren't going to be playing stealth, you know, with that specifically. Most of the spider army has been upgraded. They now walk on 2 legs rather than 6. There's one spooter though. Nah, smithing is pure intelligence. All crafting skills are intelligence, I'm pretty sure. Absinthe. Now, I guess one of my questions now is...
What is it that you want of me?
Let me see your things. He has dread armor. Which I mean isn't terrible, but like... I imagine... the machined plate mail would be better for him. Hey guys, I think I figured out where Virgil's brain damage came from. It's the shield. Yep, that was the shield. It's cursed. But for what it's worth, it gives you like 20% damage resistance. But like, That's kinda... doesn't really work, though. I'm selling it. Well, now Virgil might be able to occasionally cast a spell or three. Which is a lot more than he could cast earlier. Alright then, I think I've done everything Enchanted can do for now. The library will always be there so we can read more books later. And I'm gonna stand by. I still have a lot of questions about the average orc's place in society. For now, however, let us make for Ashbury, where we will find the master gunslinger and learn how to be a really good gunslinger. We'll learn to shoot good. Maybe. I don't know. It's also possible I may need to use the liquid of awareness every so often to make my gunslinging abilities slightly better. Good enough to technically put me over what I need to be for mastery. Technically. I shoot good. I always get mine in the pot, and then on the seat. Oh God. They do nothing now. Dude, the orcs do like no damage. Dude! This one trip is single-handedly increasing not only orcish crime statistics, but orcish death statistics. Also, it seems that I have lost one of my automaton friends. I guess there is a limit to how many I can carry around with me. How unfortunate. Don't worry. He's probably out there somewhere. Voting. As is his... not really God-given right, but... I thought it'd be funny if they just went around voting. Voting in elections that don't concern them. And somehow, despite knowing absolutely nothing about anything, always voting for the wrong person. We're gonna make an advanced AI that calculates the exact who is the exact worst candidate possible to vote for, and then it always votes for that candidate. Without fail, always votes for that candidate. You're the firearm master. Can you train me? As you can plainly see, it's not impossible to train you on firearms usage. I'm not seeing how to go about this.
What is it that you want to?
Hold on, wait. Maybe I gotta take the, hold on. Maybe I gotta take the liquid of awareness. I guess not. I wonder if there's a specific thing I have to do. Imagine a mechanical spider having a really silly stretch to get into this vote into the box. I just gave the guy 100 gold and now I'm an apprentice in throwing. I don't know what that did though. perception isn't naturally 18. I'm gonna actually take a look at this, honestly. Because I'm curious now. Curie, welcome! How's your day been? I'm gonna look this up, actually. Okay, it might be bugged. Might be. Okay. Okay. I think I got it. Might be bugged. But it also might just... That also might mean it may just be impossible. I don't know for sure though. Nah, it's going okay. Been a bit tired. So, supposedly what happens is... What's supposed to happen is... You ask him to train you, then a halfling villager walks up and asks him... And lets him know that his wife's been kidnapped or something. House be looking like an abandoned pizza. It kinda does. It kinda does. Oh! Okay. Okay. It's just, I didn't mean to find him, but... I found him. This is the quest, I think. So, God, fuck. God, fuck again. Yeah, no, they were waiting for me. They were waiting for me. No, little illuminated decoy! Don't go towards the Black Templars! Unfortunately for him, my power armor is authentic. His, however, is fake and gay. I've also developed godless machines to fight in my name, so I've got a lot going for me right here. The Codex Astartes ist ein Bullscheißer. Oh, dude. Big sword. I'm gonna yoink that rifle. I'm gonna yoink it. I don't know for sure if it's any good, but I'm gonna yoink it anyways. Probably need the boot. Probably could use the metal boots. Don't need the helmet because it's worthless to me. Same thing with chin gloves.
What is it that you want of me? What is it that you want of me?
You know, he's only moderately encumbered. It could be worse. Could be significantly worse.
What is it that you want of me?
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately for him, my cold heartless steel was significantly stronger than his cold heartless steel. I can use the Clarington rifle. Which is, I don't really know for sure if it's much better than the quality revolvers? Hard to say, honestly. Oh, look who just showed up! You know, I appreciate you because in part you are a bit of a... what's the word? You're a bit of a morale boost in and of yourself. But like, dude. Next time, don't be so slow. You got it?
What is it that you want of me?
Technically, Virgil's machined plate mail isn't quite as good as mine is. Because, fun fact, the version that you craft is actually better than any other version in the game. It's just really good for some reason. A wizard is never late. Despite I have to sleep again. Going to get me hellos. I destroyed the Willenbecker gang. I have faith you can do it. And Mrs. Roland, she's returned safely? She got caught. She got caught in the crossfire, I'm sorry. No, what have I done? The wretched existence that has destroyed more innocent lives. Screams the sky, what must they do to atone for my past deeds? Wasn't this enough for you? Lifting his hand skyward. Mrs. Thorndop, please, it's not your... Get away from me. His eyes become haunted and crazed. Death has followed me for my entire life. If he wants you so much, perhaps I should join him. No, don't do anything rash. What a waste. I wonder if there's anything of value. Oh, that's a shame. I wonder if I did anything wrong there. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna reload my save. Good thing I saved before I did this. It's possible she might have died a long time ago, by the way. Okay, so I saw the gnome show up. Which is weird because he just kind of vanishes immediately after. Alright. So I think I'm gonna use a healing salve. Get my HP up a bit. Also, Virgil, stop healing me! Your fake magic doesn't do anything! God. No supply, shook on this demon. Man, there's so many shotguns and I'm just not feeling anything. I don't even see his wife in there, honestly, though. I feel like there's more to this quest than I think I'm getting due to the bugs, cause. Okay, let's Okay, let's try waiting this time. Because apparently you can... Some people said you just gotta wait, I guess? Let's see here. Actually, let's try it. Let's try this. Actually, I'm curious now. What if instead I go up here first? Are they already spawned? If so, I probably broke this quest earlier. No? No, the quest isn't broken. Yeah, I got no clue. Now I'm curious though. Or I'm really curious if this is a common bug or not. Because... Okay. Okay, so it looks like this does have some issues. So, some people said go through all the conversations with them and then see what happens. Uh, mm. Smoothest. That was once my title, but since joining the Order, it is no longer a part of my life. But I wish to be my master could still train me. As you can plainly see, it is not possible. Don't you think that's a bit extreme? Ah! Thank you, random forum user from 2003. You just saved this run. Help, William, you've gotta help me. Calm down a moment. What seems to be the trouble? It's my wife. They've taken her. Please, you must save her. Who has her? Where? The Wilbecker gang, directed towards Thorndop. They found you, William. Who? Who's found him? What are you going on about? Here, they gave me a letter to deliver to William. You must save her. Let me see that letter. Thorndop, I've searched fire to look at you, coward. Now it's time to pay for your evil deeds. You took the life of my brother, I shall take yours. Come to the old barn outside of town. The time of your atonement has come. If you choose to ignore me, the woman dies. No, what are we to do? Edward Wilbecker and his gang are one of the toughest groups of gunfighters that ever did. Some may even call them the rootinest, tootinest gang of outlaws ever to travel the frontier. What do they want with you? I was drunk. His brother Daryl came sauntering up to me and challenged me to a shootout. He was so cocky and full of himself. He even went so far as to throw a drink in my face. That did it. I was so angry, I just whipped out my pistol and shot him down where he stood. That was rather harsh. Poor kid never had a chance. The worst part was when I sobered up, I discovered he was just a kid. Guess he thought he'd make himself a name by taking me out. Probably figured I'd be an easy target drunk. What a fool. You been running from Edward ever since? No, I had no idea they were looking for me. I couldn't live with myself after Daryl's death. I became tormented, tortured, more drunk, more violent with each passing day. I can understand how that would affect you. The brothers of the Halcyon Order found me and passed out in front of their monastery. They took me in, sobered me up, and showed me the true path to redemption and peace. I guess Willenbecker didn't think to look for me in a monastery. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be the first place they would check. But what am I to do? Willenbecker will never feel satisfied just killing me now. His revenge won't be slated. He'll kill Miss Rowland for sure. I can save her. You? Well, you're not a firearms expert, are you not? You may be able to beat them. I'm not sure, though. They are a tough group. You would have to kill all of them for it to end. A look of horror spreads across his face as he realizes what he just said. I will do it, but you must agree to train me if I succeed. Training? I can't even hold a weapon, nor am I allowed to assist violence. Then I guess Miss Rowland will die. One more for your conscience. No, please. I cannot have the death of another on my hands. I cannot bear it. Please, I need your help. I'm sorry to have to do this to you, but I must insist on training. But my vows. Are your vows worth more than her innocent life? Dude, I am gaslighting this man! I will agree to your terms. He appears broken, a tear rolls down his cheek. Go save her. If you succeed, I will train you. You have made the better choice. You will see. I just totally broke him with that one. Dude, is it even possible to save her? Like, seriously, she's already dead when I get there. Hashtag mind break. Okay, so I think I'll do is I'll leave all my companions in the building then. I should be able to just yeah, I can do that. Or maybe I did the whole thing wrong. That is equally possible. Maybe I was supposed to talk to the other guy first. So I guess first I have to discuss this stuff with the Halcyon Order. Oh, I gotta read the letter first. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna drop a save here then. And hopefully we're able to do something with this, but I really don't know what the solution is, honestly. Yeah, nope, already dead. Again, already dead. Okay, maybe if I were... Ah, fuck. Like, maybe if I get my total weight cut down as much as possible. So I can move kind of fast. Still have moderate encumbrance. Let's try Okay, my machined plate by itself puts me at medium encumbrance automatically. have it on, so it's not quite so terrible. Don't really know what the solution is then. Hey, Diablo. Trying to figure out. Yes! I did it! Barely. I barely did it. Dude, like seriously, apparently saving her is actually one of the hardest things in this entire quest. Because you have to be so fast about it, apparently. Because, like, apparently the enemy just starts attacking the dude's wife immediately. Which is really unfair, mind you. Because... not even a proper hostage situation. You gotta love how, like, when half my allies kill something, it just explodes them. Freaking Fallout style. Meanwhile, when Bethesda makes a new RPG, they're like, oh, we're not gonna have Fallout style enemies exploding animations. What are we, savages? Even though Fallout has enemies exploding in it.
What is it that you want?
Kinda dumb when you think about it. I'm just saying. Jeez, though. That was rough, though. I have faith you can do it. Miss Rowland, she has returned safely? Yes, she ran for home the moment the fighting ended. Thank you for your assistance. I will be tormented with the deaths that occurred today. I am sorry to have caused you to commit such violence. I'm sorry that you must suffer, but I like my training now. Training? I had hoped you'd change your mind. Is there nothing else you would have in exchange? No, I'm sorry, but I really want to be a master of firearms. Reluctantly. Show me your weapon. Aim it at that tree over there. You studied your stance and grow up and aim, making corrections and giving you several pieces of advice. Now you'll hit your target no matter your distance from it. Our bargain is complete. You are now a firearms master. Thank you. Forgive me for forcing you to break your vows. Now leave me. I must return to the Order and atone for what has happened. I understand. I pray that your penance is brief. Alright! I'm a firearms master now. So that's it. I'm the best gunslinger in all of Arcanum. Mostly because the only other person who may be better is well, he crippled himself, so you know. It happens though. It happens though. Well, he didn't cripple himself. He got crippled by a friend. And alongside that, I also got a Clarington rifle while I was at it, so which honestly isn't much of an improvement for my current quality revolver, so I don't really know what to do with this. Kind of like I said earlier, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna start looking into my options as far as firearms go. As far as gunsmithing goes, because more guns! Can never go wrong with more guns. Poor Sog. He really is just a pack mule to me sometimes. Maybe he deserves better. Maybe he doesn't, though. He doesn't, though. Wait a second. Oh! I can craft the pyrotechnic axe. How'd I make a featherweight axe again? Dwarven or oak axe handle. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for future reference. So I think I've heard that axe is actually one of the best in the game. basic plate mail is technically worse. I do kind of prefer the blue on it. See, there's something that we need. That's why we need an Arcanum sequel. Customizable machined plate mail. Because it's not a real RPG unless you give the player endless cosmetic customization options that do nothing but just change the way things look, and then we'll sit down and pretend it actually does something for the gameplay. And CG Shadow, thank you for the follow. Or GC Shadow. How's my playthrough so far? I just got Master Firearms. I cheesed it really hard by using perception buffs, cause my base perception is only like, I think like 13. It was very difficult to reach the actual level for it though. Did I check his inventory? What do you mean? I would never kill a guy who just taught me everything he knows and is now useless to me. Because I am immoral. I didn't know that he has a pretty decent weapon on his inventory though. I find it actually kind of strange that he keeps a looking glass. I find it kind of strange that he keeps a looking glass rifle on him at all times, despite the fact that he's crippled himself and is no longer able to use it. You don't have to kill him. Ah, that's fair. Yes, I am immoral. Yeah, I've seen his inventory. I mean, naturally I said screw it at least once or twice when he was being all difficult. Yeah, I killed him for the lulz. And then I made him go against his vows, and I'm surprised nobody's messing with me this time around. Normally by this point somebody pops up and is just like, oh, okay. I'm not really good at pickpocketing right now, so. Oh! Large leather armor has been located! Let's go! We're gonna make Sog really, really strong. Ah, that is fair as well. It's easier if you do it when the target is sleeping and if you don't wear gloves. interesting. I didn't know that, actually. It's actually interesting. And I guess I may as well grab some leather armor for just, you know, because eventually it'll be necessary.
What is it that you want?
Do we need this note? I don't think so, but it doesn't really matter too much. I just need to hold on to it while I gather all the junk so I can get in better armor. I just forget, my character just pathed to run through the window. We'll see how the raising strength thing goes. For now, I think I want to focus on my firearm skill because I would like to try playing around with some of the fancier guns. Oh, 100%! I haven't even gone to the boil yet, and at this point, I'm kind of thinking it'll just be fun to go in there after I'm horribly over-leveled and overpowered with all this junk I don't need. I mean, sure. I could probably take him now. However, it'd be more fun if I was just a smidge higher level. Ever so slightly higher level. For what it's worth, I don't really need heavily armed anyways when I got these, when I've got my automatons following me around everywhere. At this point, the extra machine plate is for, street cred. To make my enemies just that slight bit more afraid of me.
What is it that you want?
I just got the mission to go to the Elf City. Most of this is just me going on detours. I had no cloud farm in the game, that is. I figure it'll be different. And after all, it's run by dirty elves. So, you know, I'd hope it'd be at least a little bit different. Those guys who just can't get over the fact that the future is now. Has anything changed in Cumbria since I last left? That actually is an honest question I've got right now, because I'm curious. I'm curious. I did, yes. That was very, very difficult. I believe if memory serves me correctly, I kind of just rushed it and everything died afterwards. My character is extremely squishy, so it should be remotely surprising that I didn't exactly succeed in that form. No, the way I succeeded was more of a, like, I never got to the point where my armor actually got damaged so much as... everybody just died. It's terrible. You know, one thing that I would that I'd really like to have seen a sequel to Arcanum for. Just to see how Darnholm would have looked if you, like a century or so after this game. That's fair. For what it's worth, Sog's been doing the vast majority of combat for me. And at this point, I've invested enough into explosives to where, well, there's some things I just don't really need to worry about. At least if I destroy my machined plate, I can always make more. Alright, now let's see here. I did do the thing where I, oh, right, I gotta go up to the king and ask, and speak with him. Because I'm curious about everything, if there's any new stuff for me there. I do accept the legitimate possibility I've just done everything here. I'll definitely love to play a magic, do a magic run one of these days. Like, I think the best part about this game I've noticed is the fact that have not even touched magic yet. Splendid, you've returned. Any other tests for our humble outsider? Something of a personal nature, such as... No, since we're on that, I'll find another way. Ah, whatever. Fine, if you don't need me, you don't need me. I get it. I'll just take me and my godless machine army elsewhere. Probably. Though I do admit, the thought of a Frank Horrigan run would be pretty funny as well. Because, let's face it, this is the only game that kind of lets you actually play as a super mutant, and you know. Although I hear the sprite it doesn't actually use the machined plate sprite, which is kind of unfortunate for half-orcs. Or even just regular orcs. I mean ogres. Yeah, I get that. Well, now I just feel like I'm being mean to the kites. I've definitely been having a lot of fun with my tech setup, though. iPad confiscated. Well, now it's almost feeling a little bit sad whenever I fight enemies now. Because I don't really have to worry as much about getting attacked much myself, because I have good armor now. Armor that I could actually wear because it doesn't freaking hold me back all the time because it's too heavy. If they look at my group and they still decide to fight it, they wanna... Oh, 100% they deserve it! Look, you see the random person wearing power armor, followed by 2 automatons, a mechanized arachnid, and a half ogre. You kind of brought it on yourself at that point. She's just over here like, oh man, they got some good stuff on them. Clearly, this can't go badly. You just have that one person just, they're just eyeing some copper wiring sticking out of the automaton's arm. Just a half orc. Eyeing some copper wiring with malicious intent. God, once you reach Master Gunslinger, it's kinda busted. Okay, so then I gotta go. Now I did need the minute steamworks if I want to make actual machine plate, but I can at least make some elite plate mail for Sog. Which should hopefully not end up breaking easily for him. I say hopefully. I mean, I don't know, it could go either way. Good sir. You tease me with a small steam engine. Alright, and hopefully he is selling some dwarven steel for me to use. Excellent, excellent. Everything's coming together. See. I can't remember how big this stuff is. Okay, it's big enough. Okay, just make trade. So now that Sog actually has some real armor, he's gonna be just a little bit scarier. How good is the elite plate now, actually? 20 AC, 45 damage resistant. Oh god. I didn't realize it was that good, jeez. Oh! Elite plate mail is honestly pretty similar to machined plate in general. The only difference is that machined plate doesn't really care anymore after a bit though. How much durability? Okay, the machine plate is 600 durability. I forgot to check that actually. I meant to check that. 400. Substantial enough. Not enough that I'd be personally worried. Or not so low that I'd be personally worried. Grab some more junk off him. Oh, I gotta head over to the Torrent library. Well, not the library, but wherever it is that I can get those technical manuals, because, I didn't think it would be in my best interest to go and, make a Bondwick's gun. why. I just think it'll do me some good. That's all. Let me think here. I should need 2 or 3 of them, I think. These guys had better watch out, by the way. Once I get psycho, like once I manage to figure out all of the therapeutic stuff I need to make psycho, they're not gonna be happy afterwards. The game will just evolve exclusively into Fallout, but with magic. Which is basically just Bethesda Fallout, so what really is the difference then? You know, because in Bethesda Fallout, there exists a rather interesting thing where like they just add a random magician character. It's just like, you know, and I guess we gotta take it seriously. Guy can just teleport. Instant tree. I'm not selling everything I need, but selling enough of what I need. And then I realized I also do need money to keep some things going. For example, I need more, what's it called? Eyeglasses. And we don't have eyeglasses here. I think I just got the only pair that was in all of Torrent. I'm just going around converting everyone's glasses into these tech specs. That somehow managed to boost your perception, no matter how nearsighted or farsighted you are. Ah, more glasses. Nothing remarkable. I gotta stop going down these rabbit holes. It's starting to hurt me. Just take a look here. Character sheet. I can't technically get him up to Mind Marvel. Poor Virgil. He's slowly becoming the crafter guy. Specifically for therapeutics, because I just can't be bothered to work on it myself. Don't feel like dealing with it. It's too much work. I can't be bothered. Oh yeah, wait a second. I should be able to have the stats to be able to take on the full power of the Tarantulas. Wait, who's the rare case of the token white guy? Okay, oh, Virgil. Fair. Math pills, potion of persuasion, so it's migraine cure, thermometer, and then nerve pills. Okay. Migraine cure. I'm still really curious what the famous blood pills are exactly. Yeah, and honestly, it's scary. I just left that manhole open. Someone could fall in there. And if any of the authorities ask, I didn't see nothing.
What is it that you wanted?
Let's see. Migraine cure, because I don't need it on me. We need what exactly again? Migraine cure, thermometer, nerve pills. Okay, so I can't seem to find the thermometer or the nerve pills. Which is a shame, because normally those aren't too difficult to come across. No manage though. We always do. Did they really have to give him a horned helmet? It really makes him look a lot scarier. It's just a little bit, you know, much, I guess. Let's hear. Okay, so apparently the manuals do stack. Oh! Wild. Kinda cool that actually is a thing there. So now that should... Okay, 38 is what it puts me up to, which is about what I expected. Because based on my current intelligence stat.
What is it that you want of me?
Dude, why are the manuals so heavy? It's the weight of all the knowledge contained within. And the numerous sins that the knowledge can create. Anyways, so now I need migraine pills and a thermometer. Might be able to find an old thermometer laying around on one of these. Oh, is there something else I was looking for? No, nerve pills. Nerve pills. I like how there's a bunch of random items in the game that give you the impression that they might do something. And they're usable. But they don't. They just don't do anything. So you're kind of just left wondering, is this how it's supposed to work? And you're confused the whole time. It just doesn't make sense. Like you just ingest a random item, and it does nothing. I just want to know when the option to make like meth or something comes into play. Cause I mean that's gotta happen at some point. Just check one more time. He ain't selling nothing. Electrolyte serum is one of those things I found weirdly uncommon in this game. Like, out of all the things that you need to, like, make, some of the different ammunition types, like the batteries or the fuel, electrolyte serum's been the hardest one to find, to get a hold of, I've noticed. And that gives me how much? Okay, 50 charges. Which granted, 50 charges is a lot right there, so I shouldn't complain too much. Because, you know, getting 50 is a lot, because that's a lot. It's half of 100 right there. Basically infinite. Except that it obviously isn't infinite, which I should feel stupid for even saying that, but I'll say it anyways, you get the point across. Basically infinite. Do the rusty weapons ever come into play, or are they just kind of here? Serious question. Actually, is the Stone Clan set up yet? Or are they just gonna sit in that closet basically forever? Hello, but I said that part to confuse me. Huh. Let's take a look and see. You gotta love it when you just start throwing Molotovs at people and they immediately all just start running away afterwards. No, they're just immediately like, no, immolation hurts. And then, you know, the poor man's fireball. Why spend an entire lifetime learning to conjure fireball when instead I could just throw a bunch of kerosene into into an old beer bottle and put a dirty washcloth in it? Come on, guys. Think smarter, not harder. A fine, well-rounded childhood, no doubt. Still looking for lava rocks. I haven't been lucky with finding those though. didn't expect to see anything in there. I don't know what this one does. Probably under therapeutics. That looks like physical prowess. The brains need the bonds of the further amazing muscle maker made by combining charges and elixir physical prowess. You can use this elixir to make you an instant bodily behemoth while shooting some of the needless intellect as well. Huh. And when does the elixir of physical prowess come into play? Dude, therapeutics level 2. Ooh. Noted. Actually, wait a second. Mind Marvel. How's that one work? Or Brain Builder, sorry. Yeah, you need like a ton of therapeutics to use this, so probably not good to use it. It's a nice thought, at least. Seems like it's always when you go into into the dwarven caves that you realize that that you find all the really cool stuff though. I like the cool schematics. Remember why Sog even joined my party. Guy just joined up one day and he has been loyal to the death ever since. And that's why we prefer half ogres to orcs. The only thing orcs have is the fact that their skin is green. A half ogre, however, will follow you to the ends of the earth. Alright, Diablo. I will, don't worry. I'll try at least. Yeah, no, I did everything in here.
What is it that you wanted? What is it that you want of me?
Ganza! Welcome! How's it even? My party's defenses have been upgraded too much. We are now too strong. That's good to hear. Thank you for hydrating there. Ugh. Later, Bush. Hope work isn't too bad for you. Okay, so maybe I gotta bring the journal over to the guy, or... And then maybe I'll move stuff along, or... I don't know what the reason... Everybody's just been sitting here in the storage closet. No? Still disinterested. They just really like that storage closet. For one reason or another. Love that storage closet. Can't get enough of that storage closet. Just over. Maybe you should join me in the storage closet. This is just where we belong. Yeah, they're all in the closet. It's very tragic, honestly, to see so many dwarves not being true to themselves. Oh no. I figured out now why dwarves get so offended when you ask where the dwarf women at. It's cause there are no dwarf women. This is just like, he just immediately like just recoils immediately and just like, you take that back right now. Even if there were dwarf women, we would never, because girls are icky. And they can't mine nearly as well. Okay, let's see if there's Yeah, exactly, it's cooties. They don't want to get the cooties. Frick. I messed up. I messed up. Frick. I messed up. I don't think there's anything I can cheat him either. I oofed it up. I oofed it up. All this just because I'm trying to get a mind marvel. No, nerve pills. What? That'll have to do for now. I feel kind of bad selling these. It's the only option at the moment though that I have to sell. I just need to go buy those glasses that I saw over in the... I think I'm gonna need more in this though. That is my main concern right now. Dwarven steel and sheet metal have the same sprite. I don't know why it's only now that this just dawned on me. But they have the same sprite. I didn't know Dwarven steel was so cheap. Like, seriously, jeez. Guys, come on, no, you gotta know your value. I'm gonna buy that actually, because you know what? I can go make the money back in Torrent in a worst case scenario. At least my mentality here could be horribly wrong. I made the balance sword myself. Why won't you buy it? Why won't you buy it, shopkeeper? Good. I got a lot of blisters working on it. You still won't buy it from me. Shit, but I just want to be able to. I just want to be able to get a balanced sword here and there. I'm sorry, Anarchy. I should was better. But I also know there's not very much I feel like anyone can do right now to help. Hopefully something happens though. Honestly, the explosive decoy is kind of trash. I don't know what consensus is on the different machines. But the explosive decoy is kind of trash. Ah, 71 for the spool of heavy wire. 71 I cannot afford in this moment. Bye. Streets. Yeah, you said you live in California, right? Or I find it weird that I do have a decent number of people in my community who live in California. And you tolerate the California jokes. Mostly because, you know, you can't ignore them. Oh, New York. Not much better, honestly. Honestly, I hear New York has just been getting worse and worse. Well, look, just do your best to stick around regardless. that you're able to find a way out, though. For what it's worth, that first step is always the hardest, though. I thought it was the communist governor. Not like a crazy difference, mind you, but still. Oak handle! Wait, hold on. Do we already have a featherweight axle? We do not. Good. Buy your oak axe handle. Buy some steel. Forget about the part where I needed the thermometer. Because I wasn't paying attention anymore. I do this often, though.
What is it that you want of me?
Okay, so then I give him the nerve pulse and the thermometer. And then we put them all together. They could do something
Yes,
for
of course.
me.
What would you like me to do? What is it that you want of me?
A
What
few
can I
questions.
What is it that you want of me?
Weird, it seems like it won't let me access Virgil's schematics to the dialogue. So that's persuasion. Mind Marvel.
What is it that you want of me? What is it that you want of me?
Ah, there it is. Oh, and you only get one. That's fair, I suppose. Not happy, but it's fair. Alright, Sog. Give me the manuals. I will now use this to craft something. Oh, I also need the Mithro. Probably should have done the Mind Marvel first, but whatever. Anyways, now we have Bondwick's gun. Kinda... It does fire damage. Actually, it's a bunch of different damage types all mixed together, and statistically, it's better than the Clarington rifle in a vacuum, so... So we're all good now. I think it's two-handed. I really can't tell though. Also, it costs fuel to use. In other words, I need more fuel. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's really stupid that they're forcing you to work Fridays. Even though they explicitly said they're not gonna have you working Fridays constantly. There you are. Working Fridays.
What is it that you want of me?
Hey, they need that leather armor. Dwarven steel. And now we start mixing it all together. A replacement automaton to replace the one that I seem to have lost. Wait, speaking of losing automatons. One of my automatons appears to have gone missing. Can't have gone far though. Pretty sure it was in town when I got here, wasn't it? Oh, there he is. Must have accidentally dropped the poor guy. He's a big boy. You need space. Oh, too heavy, it says. Alright, I put all my junk away then. Now I have all 3 automatons back back and ready to go. Honestly, though, I think one thing I would kind of be lost in an Arcanum sequel would be if it took place too far into the future. I'm not saying it automatically becomes Shadowrun, but I feel like you kind of lose a bit of the charm of the steampunk setting at that point. Charged sword, you say? I can't afford it. He's not selling a single bit of ore. Yeah, like I just kind of envision a sequel could very easily turn into like, you know, just very typical steampunk game. Like kind of lose sight of a lot of the Arcanum charm, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, on one hand, I feel like the game honestly kind of deserves a sequel because I like the idea of it all. But on the other hand, I also know for a fact that I feel like a sequel to the game would be difficult to do just because of a lot of the stuff surrounding it. You know what? Maybe it's a good thing Activision owns this game. And knowing Activision, they will never, ever use this IP for anything. Like, the most they will ever use this IP for is maybe they'll put it on a box cover. And that's a big fat maybe. Wait a second, Activision, they own COD, right? They own Call of Duty, right? Activision owns Call of Duty, right? They totally could have done an Arcanum collab in Call of Duty. It would have almost worked. They could have gotten power. They could have gotten power armor in it before, without having to pay Bethesda royalties. Look at these guys dropping the ball. Don't even know what they have. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. How much you suppose they'd sell the IP for? Like if somebody did walk up to them and just was like, you know, hey, I'm interested in buying the IP. Like, do you think they would just be like, you know, okay, whatever, you know, like $15, take it or leave it? Or do you think they'd go all in on the classic, it's my IP to sit around and do nothing with? That kind of would be a funny outcome, honestly. Funny in a really tragic sort of sense, you know? Also, why does like every... I find it really bizarre how every game now just wants to be Fortnite. I know this isn't exactly an original thing to talk about, but it's really jarring when games that aren't Fortnite try to be Fortnite. Alright, do I have everything? I think I've got as much as I can have. Oh wait, you know what? I gotta run over to Ashbury again and pick up some glasses. Glasses. Oh, alright, Anarchy. I'm sorry. I feel like I've been talking about stuff that doesn't matter. Well, that was underwhelming. Outbreak is good though. At least better than it was. Better than it's been. Bruh! The frick am I shooting here? I guess I really do just have the magic gun now. Magic! There's like no damage. But like I'm shooting magic at them, so that's kinda cool. The fact it's worth that kind of always about issues with doing damage. Also, 19 gold pieces for prescription lenses. That ain't bad right there. Considering how easy I can flip these for a lot of money, it's actually very good. If I ever do another tech run, I'll at least know. Always buy all the glasses whenever you're in Ashbury. Pyrotechnic gun. I wonder if there's a way for me to get a hold of it. Can't even afford to buy iron ore now. Is there a junk trader in this town by any chance? Need like someone who's willing to buy junk. Yeah, classic, will buy anything. Will the eyeglasses guy buy my special glasses? Darn. Can't say I'm surprised though. Some people just have that vibe to them. Yeah, I guess it's everything then. Shame I wasn't able to buy that schematic though. That was rough. Actually, on the topic of Fallout, I really do need to check out the TV series. Not that I sat down and watched Splinter Cell Death Watch because I needed to punish myself. And then I played Splinter Cell Conviction because I just feel my sins will never be forgiven. And you know what? They shouldn't be forgiven. Because they're egregious. And many. Because I'm like, you know, I'm this far into the series anyways, I may as well just go all the way with it and just... God, it was... Ugh. You know... I do think after I'm done with Splinter Cell, though, I might look into Dark Forces. Which then turns into Jedi Knight. Which is fine, we can work with this. And there we go. I just went from poor to slightly less poor. I'm still what some might regard as a poor person. The poor people. Wait, what happened? I bought a bunch of fuel. Bots to make another eye gear. I don't think this should be enough to slow me down though. Yeah, but I'm still gonna stand by the whole Splinter Cell conviction kinda broke me thing. Though for what it's worth, it's hard to say for sure if it really is quite the same as, like quite on the same level as, which one was it? The ending of Double Agent. All the Double Agent endings just felt like they made no sense. But then again, Double Agent in and of itself is one of those games that we've already established. The game itself really has no reason to have happened. Like, we can argue a lot, but it's hard to justify it. It's really hard to justify it. For specifying version 1, Brigador. Because version 2 is okay. I still didn't like the ending though. The ending is just kind of ick. Honestly, kind of ick. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, you play a game and you're just like... That kind of hurt a little. And they really wanted Lambert dead. And I honestly don't know why, outside of like, unless there's like a contract thing going on or what, but... Get a job, you hippie. Oh, look! Some unarmed orcish youths wandering around at night. Perhaps I should go say hello. Oh wow, just 0 to 10 there. Time to hit him with the old concealed carry. Guys, I'm about to lose a court case. I will, however, win the ideological battle. Too many loot boxes. Look, almost even. Yeah, let's see if I can remember. I'm gonna go in the sewers. Cause after all, everybody loves a good sewer level. Uh-oh. I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, you ever like look away for like a minute and like you stop thinking about something and then like you notice that like a cut that you had or something it just got opened up again. It's a problem. It's a problem. Honestly, I highly recommend it. The game's pretty good in my opinion. It plays a lot like the original Fallout, so if you played the first two Fallouts, you should be pretty familiar with how this one generally goes. Oh no! We've got advanced slow-moving bullet tech! It's too much! It's too strong! Time to gentrify the sewers. Yeah, we're gonna add like a Waffle House to the sewers, and then like all the ghouls are gonna have to move out because the property value gets too high. You know, we have like one Walmart open up in the sewers. Next thing you know, now all the ghouls are just like, well, there goes the neighborhood. Hi there. They're not wrong. Just... And they're all gonna be like, oh, but what about local ghoul businesses? And then we'll of course say, you know, doesn't matter. Progress reigns all the same. The ghouls will either have to just figure it out or that's it. Also, a new enemy type discovered. These things, what the frick? They slither. This thing really doesn't do nearly as much damage as I'd like it to do, though. Now when it gets a critical hit on the other hand, kinda feel something. Not much though. I come into the sewers and what's the first thing I see? Humans interacting with elves. Disgusting. The game did not like that one. So, guys, how many hours you suppose I just lost there? Yeah. Yep. Last save was in Ashbury. Honestly, I lost the entire stream there. So, now what? Okay. For what it's worth, this stream's kind of been a bit of a nothing stream. Minimal actual plots happen after all. But still. But still. Is the gnome dead? Alright, cool. She made it. Cool. Cool. Well, I guess I can at least try to get this done, this started to finish at least. Then I guess I can try, I don't know. Just rushing getting Sog's gear sorted. Oh, sorry. Yeah, when I say I lost the entire stream there, I mean I lost the entire stream there. The biggest complaint about Arcanum will always be a very simple one. No autosave. And it's an honest complaint to have as well. Because the lack of an autosave in this game definitely means you're very often going to end up losing a lot of progress. Ah, there we go. That's how you use a concussion grenade. For what it's worth, in some of those old games, it basically you have to play modded, otherwise it's unplayable. Master of firearms again. It's like the one lesson I will never learn. The game will consistently tell me, remember to save often. And in multiple slots. Every time it tells me to remember this lesson, I will forget it. Because such lessons are not to be remembered. They are to be forgotten. Until the day comes that you will be reminded why you learned that lesson in the first place. And you're punished for it. Worst part is, it wasn't even death that got me there. It was purely just me. The game just crashed. The game just crashed. So. I'm not gonna crash out over this though. Because you know what? Despite everything, I still love Arcanum. I'm not gonna go losing my mind over a few minor inconveniences. As minor as they come. The most minorest of inconveniences. I'd admit though, finding that a large leather plate for Saga is definitely gonna be frustrating though, because it's kind of an uncommon find right there. And like, nobody sells it either. Honestly though, it is kind of nice just being able to not have to constantly dump all of my stuff into what's it called? Like, not just constantly having to dump all of my stun grenades for every combat encounter. Bah! Alright, Gonzo. I probably won't hang around too much longer. Because after all, massive decreases in morale like that, they do stuff to you. They do stuff to you. I will. I think first I'm just gonna go on and just grab a couple of odds and ends here and there. Nothing crazy after all. Besides, despite issues, I still like the game, so. that one. What's BTNB? I'm basically just gonna go city to city. Oh, yeah, I know that one. Yeah, no, Troika is a very nice... Has probably one of the best libraries. It's kind of wild when you realize that Troika Games and Microprose simultaneously had some of the biggest franchises just out there. And both managed to completely screw everything up at some point. To the point where the companies no longer exist. It's very tragic, honestly. I mean, they didn't only make 3 games. I believe that Troika was also responsible for the first couple of Baldur's Gates. I always say this. If you ever feel like you're a failure in life, just remember, there's some executive out there who canceled not only Fallout 3, but Baldur's Gate 3. I can't imagine being that person. And yes, I know, there's more to it. There's a lot more to the whole circumstances than just, you know, the idiot canceled Fallout 3. But, like, it's a funny thing to say, okay? My point still stands. You could be doing worse. Like a lot worse. It's very tragic, I guess. But hey, that's the games industry. Kind of wild that the early games industry was run by a lot of different companies who, in all honesty, are kind of defunct now. Like, the big guys nowadays, they were kind nobodies back then. Somehow, though, they just lucked out that hard. As usual. Oh, no, it's wild when you realize just how bad it is. Now, like, Atari wasn't even, like, the only game company that just kind of screwed themselves over really hard. And again, it's a real shame, too, because it's like, you get these companies, like, these really good teams on them. And who knows, maybe they'd be just as bad today as they are now. Hard to say for sure, though. Yeah, I guess we'll never know. We'll never know what that alternate history is. Or at least what it's like. That world where everything went right. And somehow Micro Pros never shut down. And we would have gotten even more XCOM games. But sadly that world doesn't exist. And it never will. Oh, I'm pretty sure Micro Pros is like one of the most infamous just cases of mismanagement. Troika also had a pretty similar case of mismanagement because they let it get so bad they had to liquidate everything. Though I do believe that the situation with Fallout is it had something to do with Sierra, who I think was actually their parent company at the time, but like. So it's not really Troika so much as it's Sierra, but whatever. You get the point, though. The point is, everybody at the end of the day will just end up shooting themselves in the foot. And we get to watch the whole process. Yeah, technically Troika was more of a Sierra situation now that I think about it. It's wild how this was also like during the early days. I wonder how PC gaming would have evolved if Sierra and Micro Pros didn't completely screw up as bad as they did. I'm like really thinking about it. What if? What if they didn't fail? But that's a stupid question. Them failing is a canon event after all. And it got us Fallout 4. And even better, Fallout 76. The best Fallout ever. I wonder if we would have gotten Starfield in that case. curious about how actually one thing I actually am really curious about is like that alternate universe where Bethesda didn't get Fallout. Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of curious about how Apocalypse Road would have been. Because a post-apocalyptic Bethesda series was in the works regardless. Just ended up being Fallout because Todd Howard really wanted to do Fallout. Imagine it being like the most round. Imagine it being so roundabout that it somehow results in George Lucas still owning Star Wars. Best outcome. Best outcome. But it's also the future though, where George Washington goes insane and decides to become King of America. So yeah, because you gotta remember monkey's paw. Gotta have monkey's paw. Doesn't matter what happens. Alt history. Splinter Cell doesn't have to die. That would have been a good one. It's like, you know, we get Van Buren, done. Oh no, it sucks! Like really bad! Wait, almost embarrassing how bad it is. Okay, I got the elite armor for Sog. I'm gonna drop a save now. I think that's everything out here. we get Van Buren, but Joshua Graham is the only follower character in the game, and he overtakes every single scene in the game. And because his character is intentionally supposed to be an actual freaking pariah. He makes the game basically just like the worst game you've ever played. And you have to take him. No matter what. Or KOTOR, whoever gets made. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it'll probably be. Well, no, KOTOR 1 gets made, but Bethesda makes KOTOR 2. Oh no! If Chris Avalon doesn't make KOTOR 2, then who else will speak to the audience directly with their self-insert character? Not even really like talking smack or anything there. It's just universally agreed upon that Kreia is just Chris Avalon's self-insert. I think the important thing to remember is that no matter what happens, it's gonna be different. Look, it's universally accepted. Kreia is Chris Avalon's self-insert. And, I mean, in my personal opinion, it doesn't change the fact that Kreia still has good insight. Like, if I didn't already know the fun fact, I would probably not have guessed it. Also, Kreia is based on another self-insert from Planetscape Torment. Interesting. I didn't know that. Point still stands. Doesn't really matter so long as it's good. Alt history idea. Splinter Cell conviction is never made. The series just dies after a double agent. You know, that one's a lukewarm feeling one. Like on one hand, I can't exactly say it's the worst outcome. On the other hand, in a way it's sad just knowing that something is just dead. Winters, welcome, Mr. Demon! just lost 3 hours of gameplay. Yeah, like, I did a lot of stuff in there. I just got Sog at least as elite armor, so... We're kind of making progress. Kind of making progress. I admit, I stared at the main menu for a bit. Also, the profile, like when you look at the machine plate from the side, I'm getting weird German World War II vibes from the helmet. It's kind of peeking away. I think a part of it also comes from the fact this thing is a respirator in it, which is just to freaking peak. The boys had a lot of fun in World War One, I hear. Everybody had fun in World War One. You know, except the guys who had to participate in World War One. Great time to be one of those guys, though, who move the little pieces around on the board. Really good time to be that guy at any rate. I don't know what any of you guys are complaining about. I liked pushing the chess pieces along our giant game of Risk with the long stick thing with the putter. Yeah. There was one guy who really enjoyed both World War II and World War One. I don't think he liked World War One as much as he liked World War II, honestly, though. But hey, you know what they say? The sequel is always better. Oh, by the way, Winters, not that you're required, not that, I'm not trying to fish for anything, but like, okay, maybe I am. At the start of, around the start of the stream, I went into the library. And, I read everybody, both volumes of The Orcish Question. Very good book. I highly recommend it. You know, in conclusion to the findings that the book gives, clearly the solution is to lobotomize all orcs. The best possible outcome for orcish kind. Oh, Sir Adrian Carton de Weir the word is the guy's name. He served in 3 different wars and had a lot of fun in them apparently. Look, some people just don't understand how to do war right, is all. If you do it right, it's a lot of fun, alright? You know, like, if you like scream something like, you know, for the United States government before shooting civilians, honestly, war's a lot more fun then. You gotta remember, you have to RP a little. If you don't LARP at least a little bit, it's just not as much fun. I'm not surprised that was misquoted. It's a classic, you know, we sit down and we're just like, you know. See, these guys talk about how terrible war is. Meanwhile, the guys who talked about how terrible war is. But personally, I enjoyed it. My favorite part was when I got to put a knife in that one guy's neck. Got to watch his life just drain away. Felt very euphoric. Very euphoric. Yeah, some guys just built different. Aren't said the only time you had a Brett, he was felt reluctant was when he had a bayonet point, but he saw him clutching a photo of a woman and he let him go. Such weakness. Joke's on him! That wasn't even his actual wife! Now it's just some rando. Nah, wait, better. Joke's on him, that wasn't his wife. He was actually stalking that woman. He just didn't notice the tree. He just didn't notice the branches around the border of the image. He was actually stalking that woman. Also, guys, so apparently the world of Arcanum, it would take you 30 hours to manually cross from one side of it to another. It's not interesting. just like telling everybody my fanfic ideas. Minus Teamworks, let's go! Lemon and potato charges. Well, you've got my attention now. Alright, what have I just purchased? Would that be electricity or... No. Guys, in all my time playing this game, I have never encountered a single lemon or a single potato. I didn't know you buy them. We take those. We take those. Okay, it's nice. Yoink Sog's armor. And now we get him some standard issue power armor. It still looks the same as the Elite Plate Mail. Very sad, honestly. Hold on, actually. I know one person did say it looks the same as the Elite Plate Mail, but I don't know for sure. It could also very well just be, you know, the unique design used is different for them. Well, I'm not gonna go making another set of large Elite Plate Mail specifically so I can verify that SOG looks the same no matter which one you pick. Even as the dwarves. Ugh, just like 14th century Ireland. Actually, you know what? I need to verify it. I need to verify what sucks. That's it looking like now. Ah, what? The strength is still 24. That's kind of disappointing, actually. Oh well. Either way, my main point is the Frank Horrigan obtained. Except this one's alcoholic. RPG set in the modern day but with magic. Imagine the lulz. I wonder if anything like that does exist. Like, it's played totally straight. We're not doing any, like minimal jokes. It's just RPG, but it takes place in the hood. And you gotta defend yourself from orcish gang violence. I'm sorry, that was a bad one. That was a bad one. Remember. We're talking about orcs. Look, orcs being inherently violent is the question. And the answer is a very confident eugenics. Not only confident, blunt. Oh! His strength just straight up caps out at 24. 24? Nah, it doesn't have the same ring to it. Oh, wait, hold on. 53 damage resistance. That's a lot of damage resistance. And another minute Steamworks. Look at the game just giving me everything I need. Alright, Virgil, congratulations. You just got your power armor as well. Just need leather. Ah, 53%. That's damage resistance. Armor class is the flat reduces damage by this amount number. I guess I should drop a save here just to make sure I don't end up losing that extra minute Steamworks I have. Nah, we haven't even met the elves yet. I'm just making sure the whole team is all ready to go for that encounter. And they will be. Oh god, they will be. I'm just gonna be remembering every time an elven hippie walked up to me and complained about junk. Exactly, we gotta recognize them in order to commit proper hate crimes. I'll finally get paid tomorrow. Yeah, from work. And God, that's got me nervous. You know? Hey. I know I probably shouldn't be worried, but still. Hopefully. I'm working 6 days a week regularly, so hopefully it's a good one. Not at the same time though, it does a lot though. I just hope I'm not getting too having too many issues. No, what of it? I'm not working a 996 if that's what you're wondering. I may hate myself, but I hate myself in different ways. The sorts of ways we dare not speak of. Because I am... It's a refined self-hatred. I don't know. Are you at least hourly? Please tell me you're hourly instantly hostile. Yep, that's how I get ya. I swear, man, salaried positions feel like an excuse to just give you even more hours for even less pay. Like, it's crazy. Uh-oh, Orcish crime statistics time. Well, that's good if so. Did you know that per capita, you're statistically 15% more likely to be mugged by an orc than any other race in Arcanum. Interesting. Very interesting. Actually, for what it's worth, if you get mugged in this game, it's always orcs. Without fail, it is always an orc. What did the devs mean by this? What did they mean by this indeed? Okay, I'm gonna make a presumption that they probably don't sell leather armor here, but yeah, nah. The devs definitely are interesting. In the manual, they went really out of their way to talk about how orcs or how half orcs are just as capable as any other human is. But then also make a note about their pretty common anger issues. How strange. I had fun reading it insanely hostile. Honestly, one of my favorite parts about this game is the fact that it takes place in a Victorian-styled setting. Because the capacity for just, like, people simultaneously being very smart and very dumb is absolutely incredible. The devs let art on that section about orc fatherhood. Did you know that in the event of orcish triplets being produced by the mother, the father will, seeing as an orc female only has 2 breasts with which to feed the young, the male will actually eat the 3rd one as in celebration of his incredible fertility. Interesting. That by the way is canon. That is canon, by the way. Pretty sure my guy just broke his sword trying to, or his knife or whatever, trying Trying to get through my armor? Guy is so desperate to kill me. I am looking for regular leather armor. I can't find it for the life of me though. The game just isn't giving. It just isn't giving. It's taking a lot, but it's not giving. I have so much money, but nothing in this world to spend it on. Life is suffering. Life is suffering. Nah, it's like that one Krusty Krab commercial. I have all this money, and I don't know what to do with it. I'm not racist. I just deeply hate orcs. I'm speciesist. Listen, Gar is like I consider Gar to be a friend, honestly. Now, sure, I'm not bringing him on my quest with me, but you know, it's never. Don't really keep in touch with them either. But Gar understands, you know, we're from two different worlds. We can't really be seen together. It's not socially optimal. But I sent him a postcard from the Isle of Despair once. So, you know, we're basically best friends. Yeah, basically best friends. Yeah, but see, Gar! We love Gar! Gar is great!
I know much things. Gar tell all. Politics, mathematics, tea.
An orc stole my wallet once. I stole his life and his wallet. What can you tell me about the politics of Tarant?
Tarant, foremost representative democracy in Arcanum. Chairman Willowsby try align Tarant with Caledon, cause him much trouble. Councilman Wraith call for him to step down. Us invade Caledon. He not like Caledon because it monarchy. Main question, me can democracy join with monarchy and not destabilize? Cumbria kingdom dying. Refuse all technology. Lose all provinces. Gar think King Praetor stupid. Other places side Caledon or Tarant. Few try be alone.
Like, I think Gar would be like the best guy to just, like, you just get high and talk politics with him. You know what I mean? He's a real one. He's a real one. I lack the charisma to actually recruit him, though. Guy's a funny one, though. He's just a random freak show exhibit in a museum. This played sort of straight. Sort of straight. I think I need a stearic acid. Never have too much of that after all. After all, that's stun grenades right there. Okay, I should probably be calling it soon. But I need to get some leather armor first. Preferably 2. 2 of them. One, so that Virgil isn't looking quite so naked all the time. And another, so that my automatons get even, so they can make another automaton. Because I guess I lost one of them earlier. Very tragic. But it's life. Found out I forgot my wallet at home. Nothing of value was lost. It's just an orc after all. Did you know that orcs are also significantly more likely to give birth to twins and triplets? I can't really think of the spin there, honestly. Does this mean that orcs perhaps may have the strongest predisposition towards becoming an invasive species? Interesting statistic there. Antennas at half-mast for the unknown clanker. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Orcs? Little sus. Little sus. Just a little bit sus. Ah, finally leather armor. It's like the game didn't want me to have it. Okay, so first things first, I'm gonna verify the difference in appearance scene. Okay, elite plate mail is more like looks more like the regular plate mail versus the other stuff. It has slightly less AC and damage resistance than machined plate, but more fire resistance, interestingly enough. I can't remember what PR is, though. And any other stat increases... Probably a reduction in perception, no? Oh no, that's just helmets that affect perception. You know what? I'm gonna just grab the minute Steamworks and we're just gonna go from there. Cause you know what? I'm tired of looking at it.
What is it that you want?
Okay, I can sell the dread armor. And then from there... No more armor. Okay, general stores tend to sell leather armor as well. It's gonna knock the speed down a little bit. Nah, it's fair, it's fair. I'm not gonna be hanging around for much longer anyways, because I gotta go, I got to work tomorrow, and honestly, I didn't sleep well at all last night. But hey, that's just what Fire Emblem talks do to me. We discussed Fire Emblem for an inordinate amount of time, and I'm kind of just left with the whole, what just happened deal. And it happens more often than you think it would. Anyways. Cotton Tita, welcome to Steven. Steven. Yeah, honestly, the only complaint with the half ogre version of the machined plate is just the fact that if it was my decision, I would have given it a helmet more like the regular version. Smells like cinnamon? Cinnamon's not a bad smell. That was a lot of dead wolves. I'm sorry you guys had to hear that one. Even if they deserved it. Even if they deserved it. Nah. Thought I was beating a dog. Think of that, Drake. Alright, listen, they came at me. But for what it's worth, that's never an excuse. Because optically, it's the same result. You know, beat the dog, get beaten by the dog. The result is all the same. Oh my god! He got it with the shrink spell. Oh no! He was just a little guy for a second there. Was just a little guy. Just a little guy about to do little guy things, and then he died. Actually, wait a second. I'm gonna kill most of this. We're gonna stop by Stillwater first. Yeah, just a little guy. Just a little guy doing little guy things. Like breaking and entering. Alright, now this is a tavern. Really bad luck when it comes to finding leather armor. Also, I'm gonna be honest, it's really wild how you can go from basic leather armor to the strongest armor in the game off components that really aren't even that expensive. It's just kind of a wild thought when you think about it. Like, the hardest thing out of all of them to get is the minute steamworks, and that's just pure RNG to get, so. You gotta remember, first rule of RNG. Any outcome is inevitable to happen at some point. My tongue still hurts, by the way. Thank you for the hydrate. Well, I had an incident earlier where I lost about 3 hours worth of gameplay, so I'm trying to make up for it right now. I've almost fully made up for it though. Mainly in the form of well, I got everybody power armor, so you got that going. And I'm just about to go finishing off my robot army. Only Ashbury, honestly, as far as locations go. That place actually does have one notable thing. The glasses shop. The greatest shop in all of Arcanum. Down in Minute's team works. Because I already got that. Also, one of the biggest benefits I've noticed to the machined plate mail is the fact that it's basically free to equip. Like, it doesn't matter how bad your strength stat is, you can wear it purely on account of the fact that it will buff your strength enough to make up for the armor's weight. Which is kind of wild when you think about it, honestly. You explorer. There we go. Kinda surprised you didn't let me carry all that, honestly. Anyways, the automatons, fully armored team, and a little light up decoy for emotional support. mean, look at the little guy just trying to hop. Just look at him hopping around. Look at that little guy back there. Only a heartless monster would want him around. Also, it kind of helps in the light conditions. Kinda helps out. Alright, I should probably buy a restore life, because... just in case.
What is it that you want of me?
Even if it's very expensive. Moving on though. And yet I still wish I was better equipped. No, look at him hopping around. Look, I just hopping. He's just hopping. He's doing his best, okay? He's trying to keep up. He's not good at it, though. No, you know, we built him with one leg so that he's as endearing as a three-legged dog typically is. And you build it with like an inbuilt disability, and suddenly it makes it even more endearing, honestly. He gets around just fine, though. He has no issues with mobility. Alright. So now I gotta go to Trent. Well, typically Trent is just where I typically go, and I'm just not gonna call it, though. The three-legged dog's name should be Tripod. I had no clue, honestly, how I feel about the Umbragador. Ouch. That was stupid. Really, they really shouldn't have done that. I felt personally attacked, and they just didn't seem to care. It's tragic, honestly. Anyways, I'm gonna try to get one more level before I call it, because we're pretty close to another level up. Also, I haven't leveled up at all tonight, because, yeah, that little hiccup there earlier was not a good one. Just wandering the countryside, looking for trouble. It really is kind of scary that Sog just straight up cannot possibly be any stronger. Like I tried. And I couldn't make him stronger. I really am curious though as to the thought process that goes into attacking a group like ours. I mean, we're heavily armored, you know? At this point, we've basically got the Enclave LARP just down. Sagas are Frank Corrigan. It's disappointing that there never was a Fallout game where you could actually play as the Enclave. So many lost opportunities. So many games where I just wish you could play as the good guys for once. I think I Fallout 4 where the Brotherhood's just the Enclave for some reason. They basically get the same MO as the Enclave, which is kind of weird. Except I guess this time they're slightly less bad, I guess. So we're talking a bunch of robots. Looks like metal's back on the menu, boys. This very same orc is consistently seen just chowing down on some copper wire. They really don't want me to get that last level up. Perfect. We're gonna summon. We're gonna summon an encounter. Ah, wait, I forgot to enclose it in a circle. Wait. Let's see here. Perfect. Now there's way we won't see an actual enemy encounter. This can only end well. Exactly, I need more people to beat up. Because if I don't get more people to beat up, I don't have as much experience to gain. I had no clue what the zombies endgame was. Yakuza 0 side quest moment. Nah, Yakuza 0 side quest moment is when you suddenly turn this. You suddenly start saying the moral of the story. And this is the part where you start talking to the audience. And letting them know, this is why we did all this. This is why we had to fight a guy dressed like a giant anglerfish. It's a metaphor for child predators. Because that's like every other story, like back in the old days, you know. Like every other story was about that. Ah, at last, a level. Now let us go to Torrent, where we may cash in our newly acquired level. No, honestly, I remain torn. I think I'm still gonna give it gunsmithing. Oh god. Why is it so base boosted? Anyways. I think it gets like to the repeater rifle for like half the stuff that you need. So, yeah. Oh, speaking of. Oh, hold on. Castaways rescued from island. That may just be mine. Let's see here. Almost 6 years ago, an ill-fated ship, Hadrian's Pride, sailed from Caledon with passengers and cargo aboard bound for Trent. She was never to arrive to her destination, and it is only by divine providence that we now know her fate. The good Captain Edward Teach of the trade ship, the Gypsy Shadow, out of Ashbar, was out by coincidence, sailing almost the same course as Hadrian's Pride when she was hit upon by a powerful storm blown far south of our planned course. The captain and his crew, being the first-rate sailors that they are, did not lose their bearings during the storm. When the tempest had passed, they sighted an island that was not to be found on near the charts. They decided to put ashore in an effort to locate some source of fresh water as the sea. During the storm, containment a number of their barrels As they made their approach to the island, they noticed movement on the beach where they had disembarked. Not too surprised what, or better to say, whom they found was John Barlindus and his family lived late of Ashbury. They recounted their story to the captain's gypsy shuttle in great detail about how they had been bound for home on Adrian's Pride and how they had planned to disembark on Tarrant and then take a train home in Ashbury. So listened to the captain. The storm blew to the island and many adventurers that had followed them. In the time since being forced to take up residence. This new story isn't about me. Is what I think of your paper. I sure showed newspaper, coon. I think that's all I needed. So, that is all for the night. I'm a little over, but you know what? It's fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. Let's take a look at our raid options. Like the game, honestly. It's very character building heavy, I've noticed. But that's kind of a lot of the charm, though. Well, I don't want to give it tonight. Don't want to go overrating anyone. I guess I'll give it a tip tonight. Just currently playing Time to Wake Up. Who to wait over on YouTube now? But I should get it in a minute before I hit the button for that, whatever. I apologize. I'm pretty, out of it. I'll give it to temp over on YouTube. It's currently playing Grounded. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing more XCOM, and after that I'm going to be taking a bit of a break for a couple of days, because I've been noticing that I've been, way overdoing it. Way overdoing it. Yeah, so, thank you all very much for watching. I mean, Discord streams still happen, but, yeah, the regular Twitch streams and all that, I'm gonna be cutting back on those for a bit. It was fun doing it every day, but at the same time, I also admit, it's very tiring. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So good night.